Give me 1 second. Get this started. Apologies, I have to remember. Alright, welcome to Civ 7. I'm going to have a commentary for this because this is only like my fourth game, something like that. And I'm going for an economy victory, which seems to be actually one of the more complicated victory criteria. So, without further ado, let's take a look at some things that are different from Civ 6, which I did stream some of that as well. So, what's new about Civ 7 is you choose a leader at the beginning. I'm choosing Pachahudi for this. It just seemed like the best one for a economic victory. And so the leaders get get abilities, and then each age you choose a civilization which gets civilization abilities. The civilization abilities, you want to try and get a synergy between the leader ability and the synergization and this civilization abilities, excuse me. So you want to pair up the right leader with the right civ to get a synergy and bonuses to get the correct progress towards the victory type you want. So there are 3 ages: antiquity, modern, exploration, and modern, in that order. Antiquity and exploration, you're just trying to get to a golden age in whatever victory type you're gunning for. And the reason you want to do that is because it'll give you powerful rewards in the next age. So for example, if I hit a golden age in economy in antiquity, it will give me unique starting options in the age of antiquity, and vice versa. Once you get to the age of the modern age, once the modern age ends, whoever has the highest score wins, or whoever has completed a victory type. So there are 5 victory types. There's 4 victory types, excuse me. Economic, military, science, and culture, which we'll show you in a bit. And there's trophies for that as well. I like Pachahudi's probably going to be really good for the
A new vision of the world rises from the mounds of Cahokia. The children of Redhorn and the Earthmaker shape the land as they see fit, building mountains out of plains and cities out of the wilderness. As the burning arrow brings light to the darkness, the Mississippians bring new life to the world.
And so you can see buildings receive a +1 food adjacency for mountains, which is actually really good for expansionist. As you can see, they have tags now on leaders, so he's an economist/expansionist. So he's good for what I'm trying to do. Cities gain a production equal to 10% of the city's food. That's actually a big deal. All buildings, and the civilization is the Mississippian Empire that I'm using, so all buildings receive +1 food adjacency for resources, tying into Pachahudi's ability, and production towards Monk's Mound, which is a wonder that you can build. And then for unique buildings, it gets the Pot Cop, I guess it's called. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. +1 gold, +1 food for adjacent resource, ageless, which means even if it progresses to an age, it never goes out of style, it never becomes irrelevant. And that brings up a point. Certain buildings in antiquity, unless it says ageless in the hashtag, do not transfer over to the next stage. So like something that doesn't have the ages tag, you would overbuild, and you'll see that when we get to that age. A burning arrow unit creates a field of fire when it strikes. Oh, okay. So it can start fires. So the unique unit that the Mississippian civilization gets is the burning arrow, which is a ranged unit. Increased bombard strength. Is this a siege unit? Applies burning status to tiles for 2 turns. And I guess you want to be careful because it can light you on your burning arrows on fire as well. So probably want to fire that as far away as you can. Excuse me. And then unique merchant, civilian who can establish a trade route to import resources from foreign settlement. All traders do that, just so you know. But its unique ability gains 25 gold per resource acquired when creating the trade route. So, really helpful. And these are traditions. Traditions are additional civs outside of the normal civ tree that you can grab for. They change based on the civilization you're playing, so they give you unique bonuses. So I would have to research them. Shell-tempered pottery, which gives me food gold and warehouse buildings, +1 gold adjacency for resources. And then there's furthermore, and these are really useful things. Some of these are social policies. I believe those are social policies because you can tell by the pen. And then I had mementos slotted, though they're not showing up, and I don't know why they're not showing up. How do I slot these? Alright, you know what? I'm actually going to exit to main menu because it did not start me with the mementos I want. So we're going to show you a bit of how new game startings. Another cool thing too about Civ 7 is so you level up each leader based on how much you play. And there's a new thing, and it unlocks things. So like if you see next level to unlock, if I rank up to level 2 with Pachahudi, I unlock another memento, it looks like. And mementos are why I'm doing this. And these are mementos. So you can select 2 at the start of each age. I don't know how you do that, so I'm just going to select them at the beginning of the age. I want 200 at the start of each age. And to give myself a leg up, I think I'm going to go with Amigo Mundi and then confirm. We're going to continue. Antiquity. Mississippian. We'll use governor quick. I want this to be fractal, small, continuity, and we're going to go to advanced options because if I don't do it that way, we're going to set that at 20 turns, give myself a little bit more time to actually do stuff. Right, so independent powers replace both the city-states and the barbarians. It's basically the barbarian mechanic from the DLC for Civ 6. They started as independents, and they're either hostile or friendly from the start. That's just how that works. So independent hostility can be set to default, or friendly or hostile. It really doesn't matter on that. I'm going to leave it as default, so it's random. I don't want to bypass that because it might make me ineligible for position. This is what I want to change. Balanced. Roughly equal size start areas for each one. I like that. Fractal, small. We're going to launch it with this config. Apologies. It did not. I want those mementos or a huge boost that you get from the start. So,
your time has come. Bring your allies among the Tirakuna, in the stones and light of the high places. In the print of the puma's paw, your people have need of you. You call to the mountains and they tremble for you. Let them tremble again.
Yeah. So,
a new vision of the world arises from the mounds of Cahokia. The children of Redhorn and the Earthmaker
just checking to make sure that the
shape the land as they see.
Sorry about that. Alright, so now we're going to start out with this. Founding your first city, it's always generally by water and some resources, so you're not, at this point, if you need to restart, this is not the point to do it. After you check a bit is when you want to restart. I would always recommend going with Scout, unless you're like, really want to go with Warrior, you can. It really doesn't make a difference. So, a couple changes from Civ 6 if you've played that at all. If you want to view tiles, you actually have to go to yields, you have to go to lenses. They change where that is, so I actually started in a pretty decent spot. As you can see, I'm getting 7 food, 5 production, and 5 happiness. This plays similar, but very different to Civ 6, so it'll be familiar, but very different as well. All those shortcuts are replaced by a radial wheel. So you have the initial menu. This shows you the different victory types. So for example, if I wanted to go for a cultural victory, I would have to build 7 wonders. And as you see at the bottom, there's a bar. Once you complete the first step of the quest, it's going to go to that first notch with the the head with the sound symbol there, and that increases the age progression for every legacy step in the legacy path that you do. And once if I were to get them all, as you can see, I get in a golden age. Golden age just sends me to something else. So when it actually shows me all the steps, cool. I didn't even know that. So you can track it with R3, and I guess you can press the over buttons to see the steps involved in that. Military, same deal. Science, same deal. But we're going to select Silk Roads, which is the economic, because that's what we're going to try and work on. Now, the rankings is where you can see how close everyone is. I don't see any other civs at the moment, but if I did, they would show up here, and whoever has the most progress, it would be shown. So right now I have 1 progress because I have 1 town, because literally the military victory is just half towns. So now we're going to take a look. Oh, also, let's not worry about that too much just yet. I'll explain that as needed. This is leader tab. This is where you can see all the leaders for your diplomacy. So as you can see, I'm making 5 gold, 10 science, 10 culture, 5 happiness, 10 influence, and I have 1 out of 3 cities that I can have. That's actually not a hard cap. If you go past that cap on the city thing, all it does is increase the cost of your civics and science and all of that. So, not a great idea to go past it, but you can up it in a variety of ways. So, in order to view the tree for technologies, you have to press square once you prop it up, or alternatively, you can go to the radio menu and just select technology. These do different things than they did in the previous games by like a landslide. So like navigation just allows you to actually go into like ocean tiles, I believe. Not ocean tiles, but coastal tiles. You can't even go into coastal tiles until you have that. You can't go into ocean tiles to the exploration age. So, because I'm going for an economic victory, my economic advisor says grab sailing. We're just going to do that. And sailing is what allows you to go into the coastal, which are any tile near landmass. The first water tile near landmass is a coastal, usually. And I think we're going to make a greenery next. And then oh wait, no, I wanted to make a scout, then a green. Oh, I already have a scout. Never mind. we're good. Okay. Scouts get 2 new abilities in this. They can't attack like they used to in Civ 6, but they can defend. They get 2 abilities, Lookout and Sight. Not much. Not much, Sans. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just chilling. Sight, this is what Sight does. So if you move like 1, you can press that, and it shows more of the territory. And what you're looking for are these things. Anything that's got like that blue shiny thing, it'll light up the tile blue when I get closer to it. So now, this is a cool new mechanic. So, if you've played Civ 6, you know the builder mechanic, which can sometimes be very frustrating. They did away with that entirely. So, when you get hit a certain invisible bar called your growth, you get something called growth. So when you place a city, you usually get one of these, and it allows you to expand in a direction you want of your choice. Doing so automatically creates an improvement. So like, for example, I'm going to press X on gold. Not only do I get an improvement on that tile, it culture bombs the tile around it. And this is for every like civilization. This is a core mechanic of it. So food, even more important than it was, because it determines the rate that these borders expand even more so. And it gives you a choice over where you expand. So making the right choices is a big deal. So I grabbed if you see how it's red next to that symbol for gold, that is a empire resource, which doesn't get slotted, and it just flat gives me +1 gold and happiness to all settlements. And as you can see, I hit another cap, so I get to grow again. So this time I can grow in a different direction if I want, but we're going to grow towards that Cowlin, because for economic victory initially, you have to study Code of Laws, but after that, in the Age of Antiquity, you're going to have to slot as many of these blue resources, which are city resources, and I don't have a good example. The tin. So if you look at that, that's tin. It's a bonus resource. You can tell by that yellow star there. You have to slot those and those. So city resources can only go into cities, and bonus resources can go into cities and towns, and that's a new mechanic as well. So when you place a quote-unquote, when you send a settler out after your capital, it builds a town, not a city. And you can convert it into a city at the cost of gold if you want, but towns, the difference is towns will generate, we're going to take the science, because I want to speed up some of my progress on that. So that was an event, so like, tribal villages, quote-unquote, the tribal village mechanic was replaced by that. You walk over the tile, it gives you 2 options for it, and those 2 options give you different yields depending upon which one you choose. It's, I feel, a lot better than the tribal villages, giving you more strategy choices, as it were, for your gameplay. Alright. And in the early game, you want to make a scout, and you want to use search as much as possible, because that just gives you such a wide range, and that's partly because I slotted in something that specifically gave me that range as well. So I slotted in a memento that gives me plus more vision when I use the search ability. Normally it's like +1, but this is because of my memento selection, it's now like +3 or 4. It's plus like 2 or 4, depending. Alright, I'm gonna grab the Cowlin. So now I have an improvement on the Cowlin and the gold, and now I can choose a civic. Civics are also different from the previous one. You do technically have governments, but they're not quite the same as from what they were in the previous ones. And so as you can see, these are your normal civics, antiquity civics, and these are your cultural specific civics. We're going to go with the cultural specific civics first. And now I can choose a government. I think I'm going to go with oligarchy because more food is better for cultural, because you're going to want to make as many cities as you can. Toolmaking is obviously a really good social policy. So if you remember in the previous Civ 6, they had like military slots and all that. They're all just social policies now. So you just slot them all the same. You usually gain social policy slots when you gain civics. So like if for each new civic you usually get a social policy slot. This just shows me my government style, my happiness till my next celebrations. So like your happiness determines, so like where you see where it says 20 food for 6 turns or 30 production, you get a choice when you get a celebration to choose between those two bonuses for the next set amount of turns. It tells me I'm generating 8 per turn and I have 12 turns left to my next celebration, where then I can choose either 20% more food or 30% more production for buildings. Doesn't matter. In Crisis, when you get close to the end of the age, it unlocks specific quote-unquote negatives, which are not always negatives per se, but like the crisis itself is the negative. It's just how you react to the crisis, basically. But that gets towards the end. As you get towards the end of the age, you'll see
all
it.
are made of clay.
Choose technology. We're going to go with writing next, because science is kind of somewhat important, even though I need to get civics. So as you can see, farmers have noticed evening temperatures are perfect reach to grow here. If they want to establish a vineyard, the wine would flow here. So I can make a wine resource here, or I can just send more production to my capital. I'm going to send more to the capital because the wine resource is It's not terrible, but it's not wowing me. So now, this is a brickyard. It's ageless. Usually gives production. Ageless carry over to the next age, so like they never become obsolete. We're going to choose a settler because, quite frankly, I'm going to want settlers. I'm going to want settlers, and I'm going to want warriors. We're going to queue that for now. So I have some good spots to settle with resources, and resources for economic victory, which is basically more complicated than cultural this time around. Probably because they didn't really have a cultural victory last... probably because the cultural victory is sort of different than it was before. And this is an independent civilization. As you can see with the red out border, it's hostile. And if you see that gold circle next to the word Smarcan, that means it's an economic independent. So right now it's like a bandit encampment. What I can do is if I have influence, for 115 I can start the befriend operation, which takes certain times to complete. And after the befriend operation is done, I become citizen of that city, and it's no longer hostile to me. But it's hostile to me right now, so I don't want to I don't want my unit dying over this. Let's skip to the next turn. As you can see, there's a couple of those tribal village-like things kicking around. Really good to get your hands on those whenever you can, because they give you bonuses. We're gonna go a little faster now. I really like this Grow City mechanic. Sometimes it can be slightly annoying, because you're like, oh, I gotta choose where to go, but like in the early game, strategic choice with that is actually king. Because you want to target predominantly food in the early game. And if you can get production with it as well, great. But like food expands that border much faster. And that's just so helpful. I think we're gonna settle there because Jade isn't 10% more gold. It's a really useful early game and late game resource. The economic survivor is saying settle there. I'm not gonna settle there. Let's settle there because we have 2 water sources there. "40 science, kelp." I'm gonna take the science bonus because getting science early game is useful. I'm gonna do that as well. I'm gonna switch over to purchase and buy a library. So you can actually flat buy. So there are 2 types of purchases this time around. There's production, which takes time to complete, and only cities can use production to complete things. So towns, you just buy stuff in, period, the end, but cities can use production to produce it. And the reason why that is because towns' production's converted straight into gold for your empire. We're going to use gold here because I started with 240 gold, which is kind of nice, and build a library. Or should I make another settler? Ooh. I'm going to go with library because I want to get this done faster. As you can see, the library gives me +4 food, +4 science, but -2 gold and -2 happiness. Whatever. And when you place an improvement like that, it culture bombs the nearby tiles too. So, best to put it in the direction that you want to expand. Gonna go with currency. Actually, I want to take a look and see if I have any. I don't have any workers. That's fine. That's why. There's a freaking mountain there. So if you zoom in real close, I couldn't go to the Kolan tile from there because there's a hill. I like how they do hills in this one. You can actually kind of tell that it's a hill, that you're on an elevated platform. Unlike Civ 6. We're gonna make a brickyard. Okay. So you see how there's that plus symbol there? That makes what is called a quarter, so you can put 2 districts together on the same tile, and it makes a quarter, which gives different additional bonuses. You want to try and make quarters as often as possible, and certain civs will have specific buildings you can place together to make a unique quarter. So that's a good thing to keep an eye out for. I made a warrior, so we're going to send him down south, because it's going to take me 80 to make another. That's fine. That should have gotten me ahead quite a bit, actually. In the, you can't see it, but like that, getting that library out that quick is kind of huge. Camels are a great resource for economic victory, because if you can get camels, it gives you 2 additional resource slots for free, just for slotting it. And you'll see that when I get to it. Yes, we're going to go with that, because that's giving me economic stuff. Dates, another good one. Oh, another thing about the independent villages, or whatever you want to call it. At the end of the age, they disappear and are replaced with new ones, not necessarily in the same spot. So if I were to befriend Smarkand, which I should do right now, as you can see at the bottom, it'll take 10 before it becomes friendly with me, 15, it gives me a gift, and at 20, I'm citizen of it. So it's going to take 20 turns to befriend it. I can add additional influence with triangle to speed up things up somewhat. So that's really nice. And once I'm citizen of it, there'll be a third option under projects called integrate into your civilization. If you don't do that before the end of the age and have it complete, because it takes time to do that as well, it takes turns to do that as well, the civilization disappears. However, if you integrate it, you get it as a town. So it's really nice. But I'm going to send my soldiers this way, because his soldiers, as highlighted by the red line of the independent nation, which isn't a civilization, it's an independent, it's like a city-state, is hostile to me, and I need to clear those soldiers out so I can move settlers down there. We're going to settle here. And now, this is a town. As you can see, you can only buy stuff in towns with gold, because, however, all the production of a town is converted into gold for your empire. If you see at the bottom it says convert to city, it would take me 402 gold to convert to a city. Plus, towns also get focuses. Initially, you only get the growth focus, which speeds up growth if you're and they send food to their connected cities. So you gain border expansion for the town, and you gain border expansion for the city, and you gain gold for everything basically the town has, which is real nice. Because that is down there, I'm going to take the chicken because I want more growth. I haven't yet put something on that, but once I do, I'll get that as a bonus resource, and that'll be real nice for my city resource. That's not good. There's another hostile independent nation there. I don't like that. I need to fix that as soon as I can. Study instrument. We're going to do consult the stars for wisdom because I'm 15 on science and only 10 on culture. Now combat is different here from like the previous one because you have leaders now, and leaders are how you get like improvement levels or on the soldier. You know how, like, in the previous one, they level up with XP that is now only applied to your leaders. So the regular units don't get those bonuses unless they're in a leader's area of effect. So they're like, think general from, like, the Civ 6. So now this is where we slot stuff. As you can see, I have 4 slots in the capital and 1 in the city. City resources, because they're blue, can only be slotted in the capital right now because it's the only city I got, increasing my gold yield slightly by like 0.1%. I'll try and get to another one, but Smarkhand is really in the way. Still fully healed. I'm gonna have to run with that unit, that's fine. Choose celebration. We're going to choose food for 6 turns. And I get a new policy slot, so now I get +2 culture for palace, putting me... I'm going to whip up the enthusiasm for war, because right now I need soldiers. I need a lot of soldiers. If I'm going... because I'm fighting a war on 2 fronts. We're going to go with the pocket type. Does not remove warehouse bonus on tile, must be placed on an existing for improvement on flat terrain. Okay, so I can put it on top of that and oh! Yeah, that's cool. So it doesn't get rid of the farm, but it adds to the farm. That's neat. I like that. That's a really useful, handy thing. So you get the farm bonus and the tile improvement bonus, which normally is not the case. Or did I finish it? No, I did not finish that. We're going to do another poker top because that gives me gold. I like gold. Gold is useful. Especially since faith is no longer currency, your only 2 currencies are gold and influence in this one, which simplifies things a bit. It's helpful. Like, it simplifies things, but also like makes it more complex for like your choices, because your choices are going to have a much bigger impact on how you're going to handle things. Like, the choices are more impactful, I would argue, in this one, because in the previous one, like, They were impactful to a degree, but like here you have more control over the impact, which I find incredibly satisfying. Okay, I can't make another Poketep, so Settler it is. Because this gets for production in town, we're going to put that in Chusa Town, giving myself a little bit more gold per turn, eventually. You're going to have him rest. Early game, you really want to focus on getting these blue bonuses because the other civilizations will prioritize those early game, which they should, but like they really prioritize them in this. So you really have to be paying attention to that and finding those, which they are a little bit hard to see, but not that as much as you think they are, as they were in the previous one. Technology. I need to study Civic Code of Laws for that, so currency. These guys, everyone's health is in the red. That happens a lot in the early game. Alright. I've got a market. I'm going to want to put this market right there, because that's giving me +4 gold. And I'm going to buy another warrior because this is scary. And then I'm going to send that guy, Settler, down there. Also, you can only make, I think it's 1 gold purchase per turn, so if you're going to make a gold purchase, you got to be careful. Alright, and Smarkand has joined me. I'm going to choose culture. Let's get closer to civic code law. We're going to get that. More food. I'm going to grab that. And then I will work. Actually, let's work on code of laws, then I'll grab that after the fact. Another city resource, some more food. My capital, which means faster expansion rate. Now that Smarkand is friendly, because it's no longer red, I no longer have to worry about their units attacking me unless I were to do something stupid like go to war with them. Which would be very bad at this point, since they were kind of kicking my soldiers' rear. Which I could have outproduced them. It's not hard to outproduce them on this difficulty, but it's better to not if you don't have to. I'll grab lumber. Production of naval units is actually quite useful. Rubies, my favorite. Let's give a 10% bonus to all production. And those rubies that are down there are getting unassigned from there and reassigned to my capital because I need more gold in the capital. Which the units that I'm purchasing are not helping my case. Those are slinger units, so I need to run. Yes, a fishing quay would be helpful here. Set that to rest until healed. Okay. Yeah, that searchability with the memento is just so useful. It's so much land
there is
vision. Okay, sometimes it gives you narrative quests. I think we're gonna go with that. Training the merchant's actually pretty darn easy. Expand that way, because I need to expand that way. Alright, so now I get to choose a pantheon. We're gonna go with God of the Sun. That's actually pretty useful. That's just gonna give me a whole bunch of bonuses on one tile. Look at that. Oh. Muy bueno. We're gonna buy another warrior. It's the one that I sent north. It's getting its ass kicked. Again, but that's nothing. I don't want to lose my scout, so we're backing him off. Oh, that's a lot of them. Good thing I did. Sheesh. And now I've hit another step in the diplomacy progress. They're now giving me 33 more gold. Yay. We'll always take gold.
When I...
Get rid of that scout. Keep an eye on them. Some Kowloon. Kowloon. I think it's Kowloon. I think that's how it's pronounced. Animal husbandry, because that's going to automatically give me the burning archers. We're not importing any because we don't have any trade routes. Plus 2 gold in all settlements. That's what we're going with, and the Kowloon is just going back in the capital. Slotting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have to slot 20 of these to win the economic gold age. Because I made an attempt that ended up becoming a military victory instead. So you need a lot of turns to do an economic one. And a lot of cities. And I've met a new civilization. In Ibn Battuta, he is a wild card. You can have 3 choices. You can have a hostile greeting, neutral greeting, or friendly greeting. I generally go with friendly greeting. Best way to do it. And now you can see some of the treaties. So like open borders is here from the previous game. And you have some additional ones like open markets. You receive plus, if you have a trade, you get plus 4 gold, and the other leaver plus 2 gold. However, if he spends influence, we both receive plus 6 gold. It's really useful. Farmer's market plus 2 food. I'm gonna go with open markets. And he agreed. The Civ can either reject it or agree with it. And I just saw Napoleon as well. Even though it didn't, it didn't do the animation. So if you link your 2K account, you get access to Napoleon as a leader. I will do friendly greeting, even though I'm personally not fond of the actual historic Napoleon. And we'll do open borders with him. So tell 2 to go over to Batuta. increase our food, and open borders. Oh, I should probably show you that as well. So here's the wheel, you can view yourself and the other two civs. I want to show you some of the other tabs. So like sanctions are negative actions, so like hinder finances, agriculture. It'll reduce the relationship. Endeavors are kind of 50-50, and treaties are endeavors and treaties are generally positive relationship things. And here on this next tab, you can view all the pluses and minuses to your nation, so you can try and figure out why this guy hates you or likes you. And this shows the government that he's using. He chose despotism, so he's going for more of a science build. And that shows his leader's abilities in what city. He is definitely going for a science build because he chose the Assyrians. The Assyrian Empire is Civ is very science-based, which is actually probably one of the easier ones to do. Just like Napoleon's. Okay. Anyways, enough of that. This is a new mechanic too. So you see how these tiles are yellowish, and these are blue? This is a new mechanic. So if you're building tall, there's a new mechanic for tall players called specialists. What specialists do is they increase the tile yields of already improved tiles, but usually at the cost of additional food and happiness consumption. So you look, I could put one on the altar, it would give me +1 to food, they usually give +2 to science and culture. But this one's also giving me +5 because I have the market there and 1. So I'm not going to do it because unless you're really building tall, unless you're really like pressured in to be having to play tall, it's better to play wide in this game. And that's also my preference. So I'm gonna grab a switch. And so now I progressed in a milestone. So you can see I've got the first milestone, which gives me a economic attribute point for my leader in the next age. Not in this age, unfortunately. So I'm 1/3 of the way towards hitting a golden age. And I have 7 out of 20 done for hitting that golden age. As you can see now, Batuta and Napoleon, Mr. Bonaparte, are now showing their progress towards it as well. And quite frankly, I'm leading pretty big by a pretty large margin, but that's not that surprising. I'm going to purchase that harbor, and then I'm going to use my production on a sector because that just makes the most sense to me right now. That is actually helpful. Up and turn.
The caged bird.
How much are those units? How much do these units cost? Oh, they cost the same as the warrior, and they're actually slightly stronger than the warrior because of the burning ability. Normally, range are like 5 less strength than the melee units normally. But that can change. So he sent me a cultural exchange. I can either accept it, which gives me +2 culture per turn, but Napoleon gets +4. Generally not the best one to choose, but but it costs me no influence. I could reject at the slight cost of influence, which cancels the action. His influence cost is refunded, and the relationship's worse. But because I could actually use this, I'm going to support it for 40. And now I get more, just flat more culture per turn. It's great. We're gonna go with masonry because I need to get Code of Civics faster. This search function is so nice. That's a slinger unit down.
Do nothing which is of no.
That's discipline. Actually, where are these civs at? Normally it's supposed to actually show me where their capitals are, but I can't see. Ah, I got a general now. Cool. So generals, so commanders are a big deal now. So the top bar is your move, promote. So promote is basically your skill trees. As you kill stuff with your soldiers that are in the army leader's area of effect, which is this white area, this white pentagon area around him, it gives you XP when you hit a certain level cap. I think it's like 10 XP for the first level. You can put a point into any of these. I generally go assault because units can move after unpacking from this commander is actually quite useful. Normally, you unpack them and that's it. None of the units you unpack can move. But what's nice is when you pack them in, as you'll see in a bit, all the units get consolidated down into one, essentially, which makes it easier to really kind of tell. Which makes it just less clustered, so you're not moving as many units. It also gives the units more movement speed than perhaps their unit normally gets. You'll see in a bit, because I'm going to try and get them in there. Sure. He can also fortify, which usually takes a couple turns and uses up all your movement, and add to commander. Usually you can assemble army with that, which sucks them all into this, and you'd see them on the right past near the profile. I can slot 4 of them at the moment, which you can upgrade in the logistics tree. I think it's the second upgrade in the logistics tree, opens up the remaining 2 slots that are locked. And then you can deploy the army, which spits out all the units. Defensive perimeter just tells all the units that have movement near you to build fortifications. Pillage is pillage. But you can also tell all your range units, if you have range units in that white sphere, to attack a specific target, and it gives them +2 strength for that. Same thing with that, it's just for melee units, so. Like, commanders are a big deal, you always want to have at least one.
Simplement, citoyen Lafayette.
Lafayette. One of my more favorite civs. I actually got my first victory with him. He's more of a culture civ, I would argue, depending on how you play him. Okay, so now that I've become Citizen, I get to choose a city Citizen bonus for that city-state. So in the previous games, it was based on what city-state it was. So like Smarcan got, I don't know, a specific Citizen bonus. In this one, it allows you to choose the Citizen bonus, which is really nice. Based on the type of city it is. So because this is an economic city, I get economic Citizen bonus choices. I'm going to take gemstones because it's just another resource that I can slot. And slotting resources are going to become actually kind of useful later on anyways, so might as well. And now I'm going to grab a burning arrow from my town because it's just easier. And that gives me plus 5% gold, so now I'm at like 15% gold there between those two. What does that give? Food? Food. We're gonna unassign that and put that in Choctaw Town. Because having border expansion in cities is actually kind of nice. It's actually really nice, helpful. Ah, there's where Lafayette is, and he chose the Roman civilization. I can already tell because the capitals. Because I think that's the Roman. No, it's the Greek. Yeah, it's the Roman. It's the Roman. Okay, Roma. Yeah. It's saying like right there, and I actually kind of agree with that. Back with that. Holy cow, that's a lot of them. And there is Napoleon Bonaparte. Oh, he chose the Persian Empire. Interesting. The Achaemenian Persian Empire, specifically. I'm not sure what the difference is. It's the only Persian Empire in your country, I believe. I'm gonna keep an eye on that left flank. Oh, that would have been nice, but he chose it at a bad time for me. I gained 12 gold per turn, but he gains a social economic slot. If I had the influence, I would have gotten a free economic slot as well. Sad face. Oh yeah, we want the Colossus for sure. Colossus is really good. Running arrow, because I constantly keep running into these hostile civs.
He was the
You want to grab land first, generally, and then if you run out of land, then you want to grab ocean tiles. I would always grab land tiles first. Yes, that will actually be helpful. Garden's actually useful, let's go with irrigation. It's useful for the type of victory I'm trying to pull off. I'm going to grab those units, as you can see, and run with them, because they've taken a lot of damage. And I don't want to lose them, if possible. So, if that unit if the general does get attacked, the general takes damage, not my units, necessarily. Unless, like, it's a weather condition or something, which does damage the units directly. Yada yada yada. No, that's a mistake. Oh well. Send a soldier that way to help him out. Getting my range units finally up, because they have range units as well. This is going to be scary. Ah, and that's where they're coming from. Oh, Fuenato. That's a freaking storm going on there. Do I have open borders with Lafayette? Of course I do. I was smart. So as you can see, you also get more movement than you would normally with them, which is really helpful. I'm gonna move my soldier back and have him rest for a second. Yeah, the squall line, that's what that thunderstorm is. It's a weather condition. Those are just part of CIV now. Now I'm about to deploy my army, the damaged soldiers that is, and have one of them rest there. I'm actually probably gonna have both of them rest there and just move up the units that I do have. Oh yeah. Now you can also get, once you complete a research or civic, you can also do a master, which gives you additional bonuses, or you can just move on. In this case, I'm going to actually probably move on here. Only because, you know what, I think I'll actually do that master because it gives me more science and science buildings, and that can be quite helpful. Yes. And for doing things, sometimes you will randomly get tribute points. These are tribute points. I'm going to actually show you that system as well. So no matter which leader you're playing, you get a tribute points. And these are basically progression trees like the governor system from Civ 6, but they are quite different. And you can access them by going to your Civ, and then going all the way down to where it says attributes. It'll tell you, you'll know if you have one, because it'll have a plus arrow with the number of attributes you have. And they're individual trees. Wildcard ports can go into any of the 6 trees. So like, the cultural one gives culture bonuses. And if you get all the way to the end of the tree, it just gives you plus culture every time you get a bonus point. Diplomatic is mostly about influence and happiness. So mostly about getting influence or happiness. Economics, mostly gold. Pretty much all gold. Expansionist has to do with your growth rate, predominantly. So food gain. Military is mostly combat strength, combat production, and war support. So it's mostly military actions. Science is mostly science. Like, it's just science. Aside from the one plus 20% in happiness towards maintaining buildings, which I don't feel should go in science, but whatever, that's just how they did it, so. Great. What do I want to work towards? Probably the ruby. Towards the rubies. Gold is more useful right now. And rubies give me plus 4 gold. Fact. So now we're going to show you the alternative. Now I might end up showing you the alternative to using influence. Flaming arrows on that guy. Oh, I should use the leader bonus. That's alright. So I'm going to direct any range ones. They get a bonus. Now I level up. I like Assault Initiative under Assault. It's really helpful for just deploying your army and just doing as much damage as possible. Get that economic slot for having 3 altars, okay. I'm gonna take the influence actually. Okay, I got Code of Laws done, so now I have to slot. Now, if you can see, I need to slot 14 resources. And if I wanted to view the other paths, I could. These are my other quests, so Silk Roads 2, move Wathani, which is my trade unit that I just got for completing that, to a foreign land for trade route, and have 3 altars. So, speaking of which, since I have the funds, might as well buy a new altar. It says citizenship's a good one, huh? Yeah, I'd say that's a good bonus. We're gonna go with that. I can only trade with Smarkand, so we're gonna trade with Smarkand. Should have completed that quest. Oh, no, because I have to initiate. So trade routes work differently. First you send them to it, then it pops up, and then you create a trade route, and that trade route's done. It never asks you again on that specific, in this age, about a trade route there. You don't have to constantly renew the trade routes every turn or so. Ah, the Persians finished killing that guy. Excellent. Way to go, Persians. Move that guy up. Rest with that guy. Put these guys on standby just in case I need them. I highly doubt I will, but... Now we're gonna grow our town again. Do that. Get some nice area. So if you see in the top left how it has like the city thing, I can have 4 settlements before I start going over my allotment. But as you see, but there are a couple ways to level that up to get more settlements. So if you look in your civics, and you actually read this really long thing that it tells you every time. So for completing discipline, you get a free army commander. For Code of Laws, you get a free merchant. You're looking for something that says +1 settlement limit. There we go. Under entertainment, at the very bottom, right above the cost, it says +1 settlement limit. That gives you another settlement limit. This permanent across the areas. Another way you can get it is by going down one of your attribute trees. And for the life of me, I can't figure out which one it is. Oh, you get a social policy slot in diplomatic. I don't go diplomatic often. So expansionist gives you +1 as one of the end ones. Militaristic gives you 1 as the tier 3. And that looks like about it. So it's mostly through civics and leadership bonuses. And maybe some wonders, but I wouldn't know which wonders to focus for that, so don't quote me on that. Do they have any important resources? They have 1. I'm gonna hold off on that for a second. Yes. You want me to trade with him? Which I would. I really would. but I'd have to actually find a path to him. I think we're going to do influence, because influence is what I'm kind of not generating as much of. I love this scout's new ability, like just being able to see things without putting yourself in danger is helpful. So now the warrior's just gone here, and you can disperse the independent, which gets rid of its city in its entirety. And because I did that, my commander gained points. Even though he wasn't in the area of effect, which is odd. Maybe they just give points if you damage things. I don't know how that works sometimes. I thought you had to be within like the area of effect of them, but because it just gave me XP for dispersing that, I think it's just military units taking damage, doing damage. I guess? I don't know. That's weird. Or maybe that was the... You know what? It was probably the dispersal bonus. That's probably what it was. I'm gonna put him to rest. I'm gonna move this guy around. Move our burning arrows up. Army commander up. That guy's. Move him up. Move him to defend the city, because... Okay. So I have a choice. A codex is actually a science deal. Let's actually show that. That's how you win the science victory, not victory, but you progress in your science in the antiquity age. And you usually get those from completing masteries for civics or technologies. So, for example, the mastery from writing gives me a codex. Mastery from the wheel gives me a codex, but I have to unlock the wheel and then I have to take the additional turn to get the mastery. Yada yada yada. I'm going to continue down this tree, however, because this tree is more... This entire tree path is basically the economic tree path. This is more the... of a military... This is more the military tree path, the bottom one, and this is more like culture. So, like... Obviously, if you can finish all of it, but prioritize the ones you actually need initially is the best way to play it. I'm just going to keep making Poketips. If it allows me to make Poketips, I'm going to make Poketips. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I probably am not. C'est la vie. Rest. Now I probably could send a trader out there because there's enough coastal tiles to get me to there. The looks of things. But you know what? I'll do that. Let's see if it can take me there. I actually could have made a trade route with Smarkan there. I probably should actually fix that because I need to get that done as soon as possible for bonuses. Do I have any good wonders? I do. The Colossus. I thought I made started the Colossus. It's being weird. Codex needs to be selected. Right. So to view your codexes or relics, Great Works. And the Great Works in in the Antiquity are always codexes and always pretty much science, nearest I can tell. As you can see, that gives you a milestone for that, for the science victory, or the science progression. So, fun fact, You can get all 4 of these to Golden Ages, technically, if you really so desire. It just gives you better policies in the next age. So even if, say I'm going for the economic victory, I want to primarily focus on that, but I also want to kind of sort of focus on these other things. Like, I don't want to focus on them, but I want to get, like, at least the first bar progression, so I get points into each on the next era. And they're just good to have, because you need sciences and culture for any type of victory. You're going to want science and culture. My unit died, dang. Afraid of that, but I'm not unexpected. I don't think they can see that. Over there so he doesn't get KO'd. What else can I spend my gold on? Can I buy an altar and... Oh, shit. No, I cannot. Gotta save up some more gold and get that altar so I can finish that People of the Stone bonus, which I think gives me an attribute vote just for doing that as a reward, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me I finished the Colossus. I finished the Colossus, right? Doesn't look like I did. Son of a... That's actually gonna really hurt me. Not finishing that's actually going to be difficult, but I can work around it. It just means I have to make a city. Which, you know, isn't too bad to do. Like, you can do it. Alright, so you really got to pay attention, because just because it's showing, it automatically tries to send you to another trade route, which I find annoying. See this button over here? Make trade route? That's how you make a trade route. So if you sent it somewheres and you're like, wait, did I get another trade unit? Make sure that this is available. You can tell, because that's grayed out. That's not. And now I've made a trade route. That's how it's made. I don't like that compared to what was in Civ 6, but that's how they did it. It's permanent. I don't have to renew it. I don't have to keep making those choices. And that lasts to the end of the age. You can tell how many active trade routes you have, because if you look under each of the other players' characters, see how there's that 0 out of 1 with the 2 arrows? That means you have 1 trade route capacity for each civ that you can send, and you can increase your trade route capacity by spending influence and doing improved trade relations, which will always increase your trade routes by +1. I am going to, however, I need open markets. I'm going to try and get some open markets going with these other leaders to get myself some gold gain. And food gain. Oh, oh, that's not good. My archer freaking died. Oh. Yeah, because I probably burned my own tile and killed my unit. That wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly what happened.
Oh.
Grab those rubies. Can't put any more rubies down, so that's just going there. Is that where I want them? Probably not, actually. Alright, let's unassign that, because now it has better production. Unassign that. We'll assign the rubies to Town, because Town's got the most gold gain, and we'll assign the production to Town, because Town's the newer town. I probably could use the production. I mean, it really doesn't matter, because it's just giving me gold anyways. Have this unit build fortifications, and continue searching with my scout in the opposite direction of where we're getting slaughtered. I can buy that altar now. And that should have completed that quest. Narrative choice, 1 economic attribute. Yay. +1 gold per age on palace and city halls. Basically, your capital, your palace is in your capital, so it's basically an additional tile yield in your capital. Oh, you're trying to get in close to kill me, huh? Well, too bad. You're on fire, kid. Have fun. Alright. Yes, reveal our territory over time, because I'm seeing a lot more. That action actually is specific to his civilization. So now see how under each of their titles, he's a heart now, which means I can make an alliance with him because my relationship is helpful or friendly. So now if I go to him and I go all the way down, I can form an alliance. Alliances are really helpful because they just give you basically it gives you access to the send aid thing, which allows you to give gold at the cost of influence and gold. And I think it also gives you the open markets and the farmers market. No, it just gives you automatic open borders, is what it gives you basically. But they can't attack you unless they cancel the alliance. So it gives you a little bit more warning. I think there's one Civ that actually can do that. It's like the surprise war mechanic from Civ 6. It's not exactly the same, but like it's similar, more or less. Like he's the only unit that can do that, though. So more or less, they're gonna cancel the alliance.
The canal water gushes from above into the gardens. Fragrance pervades the walkways. Streams.
So yeah, let's progress a little further. Usually around turn 90, the age ends. Depending. It can be sooner. It depends on how many milestones you reach in your legacy trees. Oh, more growth rate in my cities. I'll take that. Yeah, I really like this growth mechanic here. It seems super helpful. Because I'm actually kind of falling behind, I feel a little bit on civics or struggling to stay up on those, I'm gonna put a specialist. I normally don't do it early game, but kind of gonna have to. Now you want now because I'm going for a victory, a economic victory. I want to send trade routes as much as possible and build things that are going to give me slots for resources. Is it recommending anything, actually? It's recommending another settler. Oh, I didn't put the Colossus down. Why is the Colossus not finishing? I put it up to be made and it just... So another Civ didn't make the Colossus, it just stopped working on the Colossus for some inexplicable reason. Weird. That That's weird. Oh, whatever. Yeah, the Colossus is a very important super world wonder because it gives me +3 resource capacity. And if you could see on the top in my journal, I need to slot 14 resources, which you can do under the resources tab. I only have 1, 2, 3, 7 slots in my capital, 8, 9, 10. 10 slots. That'll give me the additional 4 I need to get the first milestone done. Go to town. Now there are some buildings that can increase that, but the Colossus just flat giving me it is helpful. Now if they're not slotted though, you get gold and happiness for each resource that you can't slot or isn't slotted. So sometimes it's better to actually unslot it and leave it unslotted if you're struggling with gold and happiness. So no matter what, you're getting something out of just having the resource. And you get copies of the resource when you establish a trade route in foreign cities. So basically it duplicates it and gives you it without taking it away from the other civ, which can be quite helpful. Start sending these soldiers around to help out our scout a little. I have actually not seen that before.
He doth bestride the narrow world.
I got the Colossus done, yay, that is very helpful. Oh, and it gives me an economic slot for finishing it, nice. We're gonna go with 2 gold for every civic and done, because that's actually gonna be easier right now to get. Anything else? No? Okay. Gonna build a garden next, because that'll give me even more food and happiness. I'm gonna purchase another trading. And now I can slot the gypsum because the Colossus finished. And okay, so completing certain objectives unlocks certain civilizations in the next era. So because I slotted 8 resources in one settlement, I have the option of selecting the Ming civilization in the next era. But that is I believe that is a expeditionary era civ. So I have the choice of choosing them at the beginning of the next era. I need to start saving up to befriend a civ. I also don't like how Napoleon seems to be moving a lot of units. Kinda don't like that. Gotta beef up our security. Can't have these Napoleon Bonaparte taking me apart. Oh, there were still barbarians alive. That's not good. I did not realize that. I think that social policy slot is also a Lafayette thing specific. So like there are specific interactions, diplomacy options that each civ gets on top of the normal ones. Which is kind of interesting. I need to start generating more influence, so the monument is good for that. I should not be heading towards his turf. I should be heading away from it because I already can see his stuff. Why can I not send stuff to Rome? What do you mean it's out of range? I don't understand. Well, I'll send him there, and then I guess what I'll do is I'll improve my trade relations with him and call that. I don't know how that's in range, and that's not, and Akila's not in range, but whatever. I don't care. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, there's a certain range on everything, trade-wise. I think I'm gonna make Kusa city. I'm gonna have to.
Ships.
So now that I made it a city, it gets production, and it can do stuff. Yay. We're gonna grab a market immediately, because I need more slots for my, I need more slots to slot things in, basically. Game 1 Codex. Let's go with that. Because that gets me the Great Lighthouse, and the Great Lighthouse is a great. I think we're going to do +2 food in all settlements. Nice, so now I have one more slot in Kusa City. Because I made it a city, and when that's done, I'll have 3 more slots in addition to that, once that market is finished. Dang, I need to get my general over there so he gets XP from this. Now I can unbox. No, I didn't mean to. Okay. Sigh. Do I have enough movement to unbox them? Okay, no, that's fine. Looks like I'm going to be expanding north, probably more than south. Oh, lighthouses give me that. Oh, more resource capacity. Okay, yeah, hey, there we go. That's another useful one for resource capacity. Yay! Let's unbox that. Well, I'm thinking about it. Let's see what I can purchase. Pot cup. Let's purchase another pot cup. Actually, you know what? In the interest of making life easier, I'm just gonna suck them all in there. Just gotta suck all my units in onto here. That way I can just do alert rest until healed. Or alert, which basically when the enemy gets close, it will re-enable control of the unit. Otherwise I'd have to manually select the unit. So, kind of useful. With that route and get that silk next expansion, next growth. Get back on land and use my scout ability. Okay, there must be another Gordon village. So there must be another hostile independent village somewhere nearby. Now ocean units have range attacks and melee attacks. In this one, all of them do. So I'm trailing in civics. Yeah, I don't really care about that too much. I'm not trailing by that much. Actually, shouldn't be trailing at all. I'm at 38 culture per turn, but You know what? He probably got a bonus, a free civic, is what it was. So he's probably like one more civic than I have. Big deal.
Skill.
It's more. What else we got? No. Emma Bell's nice, but no. Let's go with a monument because I am most likely going to need. Oh, that's not good. Burning Arrow, I choose you. I'll grab another pot. Giving myself some more. It's nice that these pod kips are only 80. That's relatively cheap, and that'll give me more gold per turn. Now Kusa Town has. Oh, okay. So I guess it only gave me +1. Which +1's better than none, so. Ah, so they're all interconnected somehow. Rest up there. Or do I instead? You know what, we'll go there. And then I'll use search again. Next turn. That way I can see ahead of them. And then I'll rest. I guess we'll go with bronze. Okay. I'm making a Wasi. No, the Great Lighthouse needs to be made. That needs to be. That is a really big deal. I'll take that off and put the Great Lighthouse in there instead. Oh wow, we are having. Okay, so that independent nation's probably right there too. How many do I have to slot? 14. Love how it says take me there, but there's nowhere there to go. Whatever. Alright, I press over here. That allows me to see the breakdown on all that stuff in case you find that helpful. I don't. It's just too much for me. Standards for excellence. What does that give me? +6 production and 20 science. I'll take the 50 gold instead. Thank you. Start actually saving up influence. I'm going to. Alright. Trade route done. There we go. And that gave me an economic point for doing that, because I think I finished up a side objective. Giving me the another economic point. And a 15% discount on gold in all settlements is actually not actually a really big deal. As you can see, it lowered it from 144 to 124. I wonder if that lowered the cost of my Watani. It did slightly, because I think it was at 265. And with that, I'm gonna box there. Move that unit there. Swap that unit there. Move that warrior on rest. And we're going to do something about this slinger barbarian horde that is attacking. How much is a quatermain? 205? Alright, so next turn I'll grab a quatermain and have an actual ship. That's good. I can now attack my leader directly, which isn't what I wanted. Or whatever.
He built the tower at Pharos.
Nice, I got the lighthouse as well, which is even more stuff. I'm actually going to stay neutral on that. I don't want to be at war with people right now. Sorry, bud, you're on your own. As I and I'm going to, as I said, purchase a quatermain. So that'll actually be helpful in fighting that independent civ and getting rid of some of it. And getting rid of some of these independent city-states that are racking up the casualties. Sort of, kind of. Always remember, if you can, to use the leader's range attack thing, because it is much more useful. It gives you the +2 damage that you wouldn't get otherwise. Resources to slot. Excellent, excellent. Is that what I want to slot? No, let's make a library real quick. Yeah, let's make a library real quick. Look at me, +6 science. While I'm at it, we're gonna buy another pot. More gold and who doesn't love gold and food? Speaking of food, get nippish. Alright, cavalry is an interesting resource. +4 gold in cities, +2 science in towns. I'm actually going to put this in my city because quite frankly right now gold is very handy, especially in the early game. Late game you just accrue more of it to where it's not like as big a deal. It's still useful. But like early game, having more gold really helps you get ahead. Oh wow, my quatermain already has destroyed someone. Excellent. Ah, someone neutralized the city-state, so it's no longer hostile. They befriended it. Excellent. So, we're just gonna assemble my army. Head back to my turf. Let's go with that. G6 to build upgrade my army. No, I'm not gonna use that. The end of the age is probably getting kind of close here, so I want to incorporate some Markand into my city if possible. Now, ships can, as long as they're in coastal waters, can rest in any coastal waters. They don't have to be in your territory specifically now, which is another change from Civ 6 that I think was very beneficial. Oh, I meant to save that info on so well. I'd rather not get... Ooh! +1 gold for each important resource. Let's go with +1 happiness and +1 gold, because that's just better. That's one of my socio-economic policies that I get for playing this Civ. I can purchase another project too. Okay. Might as well increase my financial situation. Increased my overall gold to 108 a turn. That's actually pretty good. Alright, cool. One of my traders has gotten to one of the cities he's supposed to be in. Excellent. So I get rubies on top of everything else. And that completes that road. What do those fish give? Food. We're gonna unassign that. Assign the 10 to a town instead because it gives it a bigger production bonus, and then we'll just slap that food in there and choose a city. Now, I've completed another milestone into my economic, so I'm 2/3 of the way to a golden age. Now, the last step, Silk Road 6, I have to slot 20 resources. Might as well grab that blue. Now, because I have open borders, even though he owns a city-state, I can go right by. Because it applies to city-states as well, I guess. Which I just now realized, actually. So that's pretty cool. Grab a garden. 7, but I was too... Yeah, let's put it there. So that's just instantly built, and now let's build a lighthouse. Give me another resource slot. And I got a milestone into the cultural victory.
All religions should reside everywhere.
Because I built another wonder. So like cultural victory in the early stages is mostly building wonders. I'm at 2/3 of the way there. Dang, I've already almost maxed out this city's like growth for now. Well, that just means I get specialists, and specialists are also useful. It's more, you know? None of those are increasing my settler bonus. I think I'll build barracks. That's just going to be the next best thing to do right here. Choctaw I should actually expand upon real quick with gold. I haven't done anything to it since I started it. I want to trade it with that guy, if at all possible. I'm going to upgrade my units at some point too. We're going to declare mollusks sacred. Might as well. Sure look tasty, but
the dog,
you know what's tastier than that? Having freaking more cultural gain. Let's bring that on that border. I really want to expand, but without that settlement bonus, I don't want to. How much influence do I need? It's usually like a lot. 161? Okay, that's not too bad. I can have that in a couple turns. I need to actually look at this and see if there's something that gives me a settlement boost. I need another settlement slot. Codex. I don't see anything that's giving me a settlement slot in here, so we're just going to go all the way to future tech. And as you see, it's not... That's another thing. Like, the tree is not the full tree that you would have, a really long tree that you'd have in Civ 6. You just have the civics per era, and then it goes... And then once you finish all of them, if you still are generating stuff, it just goes into future civic, which gives you a random leader attribute point. So the sooner you get it done, the better. However, this +1 civilization thing. I'm gonna have to do organized military or entertainment. Either or. We're gonna do organized military. It's just I'll be done in 5 turns, and then I can have a civilization slot. Which, you know what? Actually, if that's the case, let's expand north first, because I'm not having competition on the north side. I need 250. Okay, so next turn I'll spend the resources on that. Is he done at being at war? No, he's not still at war. But everyone likes me. That's good. It means they're less likely to slaughter you when they like you. Less likely does not mean that they won't suddenly declare surprise war. So, right, settler, brain, Be smart. And where will I settle? Probably right there. We'll see what it says, because you can't settle in certain spots. Alright, I need to start working on smart cans, incorporation. I can't do it just yet. Just gonna accept those. What else you got for me? Are fishing boats in this settlement? Okay. You know what? That's actually worth. That's worth it. That's worth it. As you see, you can't go on open ocean tiles. You can tell if the tile is open ocean if you hover over with the tooltip long enough. It'll say either coastal or open ocean. Until you get to the next stage, you can't go on open ocean tiles. However, you can go on coastal tiles after you get a specific technology upgrade. More jade in my city. You know what that means, folks. More money. Alright, now I can see most of this upper area. Should send my scout to scout out where I want to put my settlement. So I don't want him cock blocking me on that northern front. Canaanite has been defeated. That is most likely an independent civilization.
Those who delight to attack.
Well, that gave me a social economic slot. He's saying put it right there. I need actual stuff, so no. I can't settle there, as you can see. So when you're looking at the settler, the blue is where you want to settle. You can also settle on the yellow, but you get a pretty hefty happiness debuff for doing so. And red you can't settle on at all. That's how the settlers work. And you can always view it if you turn on the lens for it. But don't leave it on. It messes with your, at least on PlayStation, it messes with your stuff. Why can't I go to Lafayette? That's all. I'll just send him to Gordon. I don't care. I need resources at this point. I think I just barely have enough slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'm 1 slot short. Lookout also is like a until you cancel it action. This is just a one quick scan basically. Alright, this is Kusa, and it just got another slot. Anything else that gives me a slot for resources? No. Okay. What about... You know what? I will grab the Emmy Bell, because I need influence. And then... guess I'll grab a brickyard too as well. I need to work on Choctaw first before I continue any further. Because this is gonna give me more gold. Why did I do that? I could have combined those and that would have been a better, more powerful bonus. Oh well. Whatever, now I'm out of gold for a second. Grab the tiles. So now I have 3 more slots in Kusa City. Alright, cool. Now I can slot exactly 20 if I can get another trade route going to someone meaningful. I don't know why I can't trade to Lafayette. Like, he's right there. Like, or whatever. If it's not going to give me a trade with him, it's not going to give me a trade with him. Just improve trade relations. Now, you can have more trade routes than you have places to send them to, so just be cautious of that. I wouldn't increase your trade capacity route more than they have cities. So right now he has 4 cities, and I'm trading with Napoleon on 1 route, so I wouldn't want to exceed 4 trade routes for
I am the river.
Dang, I've almost gotten... Chahoka's almost stacked, dude. It's freaking Civ, food Civ. Apache Hoodie's food Civ bonus is freaking phenomenal. That just is way expensive. But Monk's Map, I want that. That would be really good. I forget what it gives, but it's a good wonder to have, and I also get a production bonus to building it with Apache Hoodie. I have to go that way? Oh. Oh, I need Smart Hand. That's right. It takes 6 turns to incorporate them, and then they become mine. At this rate, Smart Hand's probably going to become mine before my settler arrives, before I get the settlement bonus. It's fine. Which is actually fine. I don't. Let's see if I can get Napoleon to open his borders up for me. Okay, cool. Open borders, buddy. You want to explore as much as you can in both the Exploration Age and the Antiquity. He's going to settle there, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do about it. Well then, I guess I'll just settle right there then. He's already got the frickin' unit there. If I don't do that, he's gonna take all the land in the north, and I don't want that. Actually, she's recommending putting it... They're recommending putting it there. Maybe I will put them there then. I need to open up my civs and go to entertainment to get another civilization boost. It's gold for every imported boost. I think, yeah, we're gonna do that. That's a lot of gold. I just got 443 gold. Nice. Forgot I can buy altars too. That'll help out a lot. It hasn't told me the age is almost ending, but we're pretty far along in this age, and I'm pretty close to getting something knocked out. Let's go to Notches and see what I can... Let's buy a trader in Notches if I can. I can't. I need 100 more gold. Alright, well, next turn I should buy a trader. We're just gonna set... Oh, I can't... Why is it not... Oh, because the turn's not over. The turn's not over yet. And now I can't settle at all up there. What a douche also. But I can, I'm just gonna get a Horrid Happiness on bonus. And new freaking enemy city just showed up. Fantastic. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll take out Bactria. That'd be funny. Because they can do that, I think. I hope. I hope they can still do that. Very dumb if they couldn't. So this is a crisis. So we are 75% through the age. It starts a crisis. I didn't read what the crisis was. I guess we'll go with inferior tactics. I'm not technically fighting them at the moment. Not that big a deal. Either way. Ooh, that's really useful to know that that's there.
And here he lay. Oh.
Monk's Mound done. Oh, I got another free resource just for existing. Nice. So see how it has like green, the green numbers versus the white numbers? That means it's one of the better spots to place your improvement, is what I've found. Because it's giving you the most while taking the least away. At least that's what I've seen. That's how I'm understanding it. That's how it seems to be the case. I'm gonna assume that's the case because that just makes sense based on what I'm seeing. So now, where do I place this? I'm gonna place the satellite with specialist there. I'm gonna assign my dates because they give happiness, I believe, and Kusa City needs more happiness. Cities generally suffer from happiness fall off, more so than other nations, more so than towns, I've noticed. The other problem is that pass right there is really looking at me. That's why I kind of wanted to grab that, but oh well. The short Napoleon has outfoxed me temporarily. I don't want to declare war. I want to go over there and start wheeling on that city-state. So the crisis, I know what crisis it is. The crisis is there's these hostile city-states all over the place that weren't there before. Right, I can't send it to Napoleon because I need to actually increase my trade capacity. With Napoleon, fortunately, in this era, it's pretty easy to do. So I'm just going to do that. And then I guess I'll send it to Corpses. I don't care. Get off the tile with the scout. Thank you. Well, that's red now, too. Oh, that throws the whole plant out of the water. The baby is out with the bathwater at that point. But, wow. But I now am the proud owner of Samarkand. Excuse me. English. Do I speak it? No. Do you speak it? Also no. Great. We need one of those. Brickyard's giving me the most production, so we need one of those. And that'll increase my gains by quite a bit. Camels. And I get camels. So you know what? I'm gonna want to settle further south, though. Can I settle further south? Yes, for now. So now that I've incorporated that, I'm gonna accept that because I can already see his stuff. Oh, that's 100 to support that? Dang. I wanted to support that, if anything. Well, I guess I'll go for support on that, since that's the next best thing. Now I can put my camels in Kusa City, increasing Kusa City slots by a lot. I could befriend them, but I'm not going to. I'd rather save the influence for a socio-economic slot. Because otherwise Lafayette is going to steamroll me late game. Move that scout out of the pass or I'm gonna hurt you. Oh, he made it there. Cool. And that should be Silk Roads completed. Now, put the camels back. That's not Silk Roads completed. I need one more. That's why. Well, what's the next best place to put a specialist? Right there. I guess I'll make an amphitheater. So I need to increase my settlement capacity. That ASAP. Moved out of the past, thank God. I'm only going to bring my archers because I actually need to upgrade my warriors into spearmen. Spearmen are actually an upgrade in this one, ironically. Yeah, there's just no way over there. Well, I'm gonna keep the quatermain there, regardless. Otherwise, that's open ocean. So I guess what city you make the trader in makes a trade route between the two cities. So maybe I was just out of range of Lafayette because I didn't make it in Choctaw. I think that's what the case was. Trade range is odd. Fire all the arrows. Could settle there, but I'm not going to because there's not a lot of resources there. We're gonna send them all the way there, I think. And hope he makes it.
In the midst of all the world.
And that increased my settlement. Excellent. Oh, I could have done earthworks as well, and that gives me another settlement limit? Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to settle up there. Even though it's not a great place to settle, it's still better than getting out-settled. I just completed the enemy bell, huh? Neat. Anything else good that I can complete? I'm out of wonders to complete. That's fine. If that's the case, do a blacksmith. Get some more. We'll do that. My happiness should be put relatively high, first off, and I don't have too many levels on my commander. Nor do I think will I be gaining any levels on that, so... you gonna shoot him? You gonna shoot him? See, that bug still sometimes happens where it just doesn't shoot. I have to press X like a zillion times. But that's fine, like, it's whatever. Why can I not go to Aquila? See, I really don't get why Lafayette is not letting me trade with Lafayette at all. Well, I had a leadership point, and I just now realized this.
The King's Cup was played.
See, it tells you by your stupid little thing if you have an attribute point. Your portfolio. We'll go one influence bridge. Influence is more useful here. Might as well go with the unique ones. Oh wow! My warrior is going to die. They have a level 6 commander. That's not no bueno. The flip! Oh my word. I moved the wrong unit. And now I don't get to attack with any of them. Are you kidding me? You know what? I'm gonna reload that autosave. I think it's that one. It's that. It was not what I wanted to move. I wanted to move the archer up there and then swap out with another archer.
A new vision of the world rises from the mounds of Cahokia. The children of Redhorn and the Earthmaker shape the land as they see fit, building mountains out of plains and cities
How did you pronounce that?
out of the wilderness. As the burning...
Interesting.
In the midst of the... All the...
And this saved a few moves back. We will unbox them there. So that way... Okay. Why that's not automatically firing, I don't know. Let's try increasing his trade relations and then seeing if I can send... No, I still can't send him there. Okay, you win. Just gonna make a road to Chihoka.
The king.
No, I want the burning arrow. Yeah, but there's nothing at Choctaw. Don't give me caution. Whatever. Whatever's cool. Do like no damage to those guys. Cool. Guess I'll make a trade right there, and that should be the last one I need. Hopefully. Yes, that works. Cool. And now it's 20 turns, and the age will end. If I live that long. See if I can get all of them to agree to one of these. That's a really good question. I'm gonna go with an expansionist there, because I could use more expansion points. I want to get as much land from them as well. And now I am allied with all three of the civs on the starting continent. That's awesome. Let's actually look at this tree now. Let's see what I actually want from this tree now. You know what, let's just do future civ for now. Get that out of there. And see, even though the specialists, like, let's just do the other of the two tier 2s, because that way I get options. And options are nice to have. I dispersed that city, giving my unit a level up, which, even though it reduces happiness for doing this, we are going to grab another bonus. Probably should have grabbed the siege bonus, but I don't have siege units in my army yet. Probably should get some. Yeah. Alright. Ancient walls aren't as good. Don't give you like the option for your cities to just attack. It just makes it harder to like take. So you have to actually just do damage to the walls to take the city. It's very defensive. It's not offensive really at all in this one. Just FYI. I think we're just gonna keep spamming these podcasts because they just keep giving me more stuff, more money and food in each of the cities. I see no reason not to spam them. Oh, yeah, we are having a rough fight over here. You know, that was probably the reason not to do that. But whatever.
There is June.
I got froze up there for a second. Span that a ways. I kind of really want that silver if I can grab it, but I doubt it. Lafayette can start an additional trade route. They can all start additional trade routes. I like that. You know, it's kind of like I saw that coming. And I did nothing about it. Nothing. No, I'll probably do something about that soon. Where are all these ladybugs coming from? So many ladybugs in my room right now. It's fucking funny. Alright, well that clears out most of those without losing most of my units, so that's awesome. Shy. Could have gotten a free policy slot there. But I got a policy slot anyway in this borough. You know what? Anytime you make a mistake, you can actually change your social policies on the fly. As long as they gave you the option to change it, I think. Which is kind of nice. Let's get rid of that, because that's, right now, though helpful, might not be what I... Well, never mind, I'll leave that in there. Never mind, I thought there was something that was giving more damage against independence. They're not really giving me more damage against independence, so it's like, eh. So the next stage of the economic, you're going to want to make cities in distant lands that are close, somewhat close to your actual lands. It's weird because then it creates. So what you want to do is you want to create distant lands. There'll be like a purple icon on certain things, which are treasure icons, and you'll see. It sends it back saying, "Hey," and you generate points for doing so. And those points, it's a very interesting system. Was this a city?
God.
I don't want to do that. I want to actually purchase a vodka. Not worth the time I'm spending. It's not worth one turn to make it when I could be working on something else. If you're going to make more trade routes with me, then I'm going to... Alright, I need to make that settlement. Aha! Was able to disperse that and gave my city some production. Excellent. Excellent. We're just gonna sit here in this pass, blocking all traffic like a jerk. I think that's the play. I'll bet you don't want to lose your tier 6 bonus on that. But you know what? I don't care about your bonus. Here's a siege unit with your name on it. Yeah. Academy going, because that'll carry over in the next era. Choka, or Chowka, whatever. That seems like that specialist is giving me the most, so let's just do that. So now that we've cleared that, I'll leave that unit there. I'm just gonna sit in this pass like a jerk. If they don't like it, too dang bad. Another frickin'. They got wise to my plans. They made another settlement where I don't want it. Oh well, then I'm just gonna move them there and settle right there. I don't care. I'm not playing the settler game, settler shuffle game that they seem to want to keep making me play. Man, that policy really makes it hard to actually, like, do damage to these guys. But I'm not... Oh my word, he settled there, and now that settler can't settle anywhere near there. Well, that's all, folks. Sure, whatever, right? Whatever. And he got the sun. Of course. Well, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world, it's just annoying. I'm certain of any of that. We'll just go for the -5, because that's less than the military debuff. So I have quite a few military units. I don't want to do that, though. How many turns is it going to take him to get there? Way too many turns. We're just going to kill this unit. I'm just going to kill him. It's going to take too long for him to get anywhere meaningful. I'll just make another. It's fine. You shouldn't be able to get past all that with this stupid settler. They don't have enough movement for that. Might be able to block that to some extent. Yes, I know there's a defenseless settlement there, okay? I didn't mean to spend money there. Oh well. That is an 18 level general. That is pretty much a max level army general. What? Holy cow. That is good. That is actually terrifying. You know what? No. Because I'm dealing with... No, I don't... Because I'm dealing with so many independents, can I take that off and slot something else in this? I can't do that. Okay, that's fine. So that's permanent. That's not good. Okay, I just instantly lost that unit. That's not good. That's not good at all. What is my highest damage unit? The horseman? We'll make the horseman. There we go. Now I get another socioeconomic policy, right? Or is it when that ends? Dang it, I was supposed to make a stupid settler there, and I didn't do it again. I am having a really bad case of the question mark. Can't even question mark, he's not even here. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, that's not... I'm not even sure what that was, but I'm sure it damaged stuff. Okay, there's the social economic policy. Units gave 5 here. Let's go with that. Take 2 turns to make a settler there. Now it's letting me trade with Lafayette. Holy cow. What the heck was all that about? Only because Lafayette started actually doing stuff. know what? I shouldn't be building a settler. Let's cancel that because I'll be able to get one in like 1 second. Let's build more horsemen. Or better yet, yeah, horsemen and then a Wotan. That's gonna take too long. Alright, then we'll do that as well. It's only gonna take him 2 turns to make one of those, then ready. Nice. Domain expansion. Not too bad. You know what, I can do that. That's right. I can just go up to them, add it to the general, and then it throw them off wherever I want. That is a neat little trick I forgot about. Why aren't you dispelling them? Okay, he did dispel them. Another enemy unit eliminated. Okay. Because I was getting really annoyed by that guy. What's this? Probably gonna lose that guy, but you know what? Gonna keep spamming with Tothu, or whatever they're called. Don't care, let's get that city up. Start sending these units to help my northern brethren. I was doing that without the CIV I was supposed to be using for that. That's kind of funny. You both stab him. Another enemy scout down. I don't like how my ally has decided he's just going to show up on my turf. Got a bad feeling about this, Chewie. We're going to start putting walls on things, because walls make good neighbors. It's been my experience. It keeps the not unwanted neighbors out. I just need to spam those like they're cotton candy to try as many of them out as possible. Now that I'm not having to constantly make stuff, make soldiers. It's kind of relax with code. Dude, I've never had specialists this early. This has got to be like a good deal. Trailing in technology, that is not a good deal. But we'll increase our science production. Use the Cristabbies. Coordinate your Cristabs. There you go. The coordinated Cristabbles. And I can fire with burning arrows on my foes. Yes. This is the way. Worst comes to worst. My horsey horses can make progress. And roads are automatically made between your settlements unless there's a body of water preventing you from, like, doing stuff with it, so... Now, any city other than your capital goes away at the end of the age, unless you get a unique
after the assembly gathered
economic policy by hitting a golden age, or legacy, excuse me, is what they call it. That basically allows you to keep all your cities in the previous age as cities in the age transition. I mean, you can automatically, at the beginning of the age, just make it a city again, but this removes the gold requirement for having to do so. Like, it's already there as a city. Like, you never lose it as a city, which is quite helpful. And of course, if you complete all of your stuff in a specific era, it helps you out in the long term. You know what? Let's build that +1 specialist limit. No, let's put that there. That gives me the ability to put double specialists, I think. Double specialists are better. Oh, that's not good. Holy cow. I lost a unit there even. That's actually mildly scary. That's pretty scary. Alright, because of that stupid hill. Which is good for Pachahu, that hill is there, because I believe I do get certain things that I would otherwise not get for just having that hill there. It's actually nice, I was able to get that out. That was what I needed. Independent combat strength against don't get it this turn. I need walls. Well, it's attacking my scout, not my city, so that's the good news, if there is good news on that. Just sort out. Dispersed population. Yes, military training, I'll take it. So it'll give me a socioeconomic policy that'll help me. Yeah, but nothing's attacking me. Calm down.
There.
There we go. Must be pretty much at the final stage of this age. Excellent. Once again, I've managed to annoy my enemies so badly. They just gave up and died. Yes, I want ancient ones there for sure. that's cans fully maxed out. Yeah. That broken arrow is just burning arrow, huh? And the age of antiquity has come to an end.
Crops, metals, the riches of the forests and plains, these were the tribute given to the Mississippians.
Hey,
Sorry about the wait. But I'm still watching. We'll be with it in a second. You in a second. Alright, cool. So now, at the end of each siege, you get experience, both to your account and to your leader. And it's going to force me to choose a new civ. Cultural expansionist was what I was going with. Actually, it was economic expansionist. You know what? We're going to choose the Inca. Because it's pretty much, they're pretty similar to the Mississippians in terms of bonuses at a glance.
In the Stony Heights, the Inca create an empire where few others dare to tread. Guided by the condor's flight and the puma's track, they chart connections from peak to peak, building fortresses in the mountains. From these heights,
they can generate homeland treasure prosperity and wisdom, that's new.
Or a hail of slingstone.
Okay. Well, that's actually cool, because then I can just generate it inside my own civilization. I don't have to go to another... Okay, that's cool. I didn't know Pachahuti had that option with that civ. Well, it's not Pachahuti that has the option. It's a civilization that has the option. That's really cool. I'm gonna grab... I guess I hit a golden age in that, so might as well grab the golden age bonus for that. Okay, so you're locked into a golden age specific one. Then I'm gonna take Silk Age Golden Roads. I was gonna take gold for every road in antiquity. Now, you know what? Yeah, I will take that. Then I'll also grab a diplomatic point with that. Science, I'll just grab a science point. Alright, cool. So now, I think I want to go with Bazaar first, yeah? Yeah, I want to go with Bazaar first, because that gives me more food options. That's giving me science and culture, but I lose a lot of happiness for that. And that would just give me flat 14 gold. Build over that. Make a trader. Where's my trade unit? There it is. This is what the normal merchant thing looks like. And the reason it looked funny earlier was because I had a different... Camels in the Cusco City, Cusco City is going to need a lot more. Which has more? Which city had? I hate this tooltip sometimes. That city has way more culture, so we're going to put all my silk into my capital. And we're going to put that into Kusha. Okay, cool. I think we're going to go with feudal monarchy, to be honest. I'm going to go with cartography. Economics. And now, as you noticed, the friendly civ that was there is now gone, replaced with an enemy civ, but Smarkand, which I already had, is still under my control. Fortunately for me. And it transferred all of my units into upgraded units. So like my horsemen got turned into corsairs, my warriors got turned into waraka, whatever those are. They're unique units specific to this empire, so I can't pronounce it anyways, so. But I'm gonna try. I'll try to pronounce it. Gains 1 new population. Science. Cool. So that's a lot of points that I just got right out the gate. I don't want him to gain land, so I'm going to expand where I can land first. As always. If you don't go to land first, you're going to get boxed in pretty freaking. Okay, this is a unique scout too, which is kind of terrifying. I'm not certain how good he's going to be, because I didn't exactly read it. Don't like it. We're going to go with a bazaar first. As bizarre as that may sound. We're going to put it there. And I think, because Aswani is a cultural, or a economy, I am going to capitalize on prioritizing it. Colonization. Oh, it's a unique range unit. That's what it is. Interesting. Have 4 traders, huh? Just gives 5 production, so we're just going to throw it, and whatever city has the town has the most production is Choctaw Town, anyways. That'll increase my gold gain from that town. Oh, that's in an ocean tile already. Okay, that's a good thing I moved that. Homeland. But you see how that how there's that purple thing that's like a treasure icon? Creates treasure icons if improved in distant lands. But since this is my homeland, with my starting continent, that's not going to work. However, I believe there's a civic, if I was reading correctly, under the Inca that allows me to yeah, there it is. Cities and homelands with 3 work mountains generate treasure convoys worth 2 fleet points each. So, in the exploration age, it changes yet again. So I need to research cartography and astronomy. Then the next step is to create a settlement in distant lands, improve initial resource, and then have treasure convoys. And the last 4 steps are all treasure convoys. What this does is it basically allows me to look for new lands without. Basically, it allows me to get the treasure convoy requirement faster. I still have to get a settler out somewheres, but that's not gonna. It's not gonna be right away. if I try expanding right now, that would be very bad. Those are also homelands. What are these? Distant lands, but yeah, that's nowhere near where I am at. See, that's the problem. Like, it's gonna take me forever to get there. I need to make a military boat unit up there. Alright, Jehoka, can I make a cog? No, I don't. I want to purchase a cog. Jehoka. Chowky. Whatever. Thank you. So I need to start sending him. But if you can see most of my yields at the top, I mostly kept most of them from the previous age, so. And pretty much all my alliances have stayed the same, so there's another great feature of that. And of course it put it there. Why wouldn't it put it anywhere? Alright, I gotta get this out the door. Because if I don't get it out the door and find some land nearby, we're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, see. Until you get, I think it's shipbuilding 2, my scouts can't traverse ocean tile, but my cogs can because I have the initial technology.
Wealth circulates like blood. All parts partake.
So it does. Stab that one. So if you leave a unit on an ocean tile until you get shipbuilding, which is quite a ways down the tree actually, you have to get to here for your ships to not take damage on ocean tiles. They don't take damage unless you leave them on an ocean tile, and then you need the mastery in order to make sure that your scouts, your military units, can embark deep ocean without taking damage. So until you get that mastery, it doesn't look like any land units can embark. What technologies did I need? Hold on, I need to actually look at my technology tree, my economy path. Cartography and astronomy. Okay, so those are the 2 that I need. And I'm almost done with cartography. Which I needed anyhow. Just in a second, this cog will take damage because it's landing on an ocean tile. And you can only move 1 at a turn, so you really don't want to be... You really better hope that there is a place to land within like a couple tiles, or you're gonna lose the frickin' boat. But keep in mind, like, until you get shipbuilding, like, you can't even disembark anyway, so it's like, It's very, Yeah, he can't attack. I wonder what his special unique bonus is. He probably just gets even more sight range than the traditional scouts. And movement or something like that. I could actually look at that. It gets more movement. It gets more movement. That's what it gets, and its sight ignores mountain or rough terrain. So yeah, it just gets more sight and movement. That's what its unique bonus is. No, I don't want you going all the way out of the ocean. I'm not certain if it guarantees that you're going to get. So that's the thing that I don't know. I don't know if it guarantees that there will be land near you. Couldn't tell you. But I will say this, there usually seems to be land. Yeah, seas. I can see that took like almost a quarter of my health. It's not fun until you get shipbuilding. But you still want to do it because if another civ gets the stuff before you do, then you're going to be in trouble. I'm not going to disperse them because I am trying to befriend them, but it's going to take them a while before they're befriended, so I gotta just get rid of the deal with the military units they're sending my way. Till then, till death do they part, because they will part one way or another. Oh, hey. Done. Happiness and production. Where do I need the happiness and production the most? Probably in my cap. Probably Kusa City, actually. And that just needs to go in my capital because it's a culture thing. Where to place this? Where to place this? Quite a few decent options, but I think we're going to place it there. Because that seems to be giving me the best yield, the most yield boxes. We'll put that in. Furthermore, that get removes influence. I don't want to remove influence. Let's put it there. I gain 4 gold with that. I lose happiness, whatever. Should be fine. And there we go. That's most of them dispersed. It wants me to put it there. I don't want to put it there. Can I even, can this settler even cross the water? Actually, settlers might be able to. It's just, I think, specific land units can't work. Doesn't work. It's what it is. Mostly military units, or scout units.
Plenty of money maketh generally things dear, and scarcity of money. There exists beyond the world a void without...
They know what they're doing. They keep giving what do you call it, actors, Lord of the Rings actors, roles in this. Alright. I'm actually going to work towards it from Pacific real quick. Just get it out of the way. Get it done. I'm going to box everyone up. Pretty like. And we're just going to wait until this comes under my control. And actually, I'm going to speed up the influence by another point. The sooner that's under my control, the better. That gave me more influence, but not quite enough. So next turn I'll be able to shorten that by another turn. Because of that. Excellent. Well, that Batusta, I think his name is, whoever this green civilization is, going to be able to take that pretty easily. So I'm going to have some competition here.
So, here we meet. And I gotta ask myself, you gonna be my friend or my foe?
Depends on you, lady. Leader of the pirate civilization. That's actually pretty amusing. I didn't know that was a thing. Fun fact, there's a pirate civilization, just in case you were wondering. I think Edward Teach is also a leader in here, so you can have, like, Edward Teach as the head of the pirate civilization. He's a military economist. Which is kind of hilarious, because they're just taking historic people from these time periods. They don't care if they were leaders or not, actually. Which... you could make an argument Edward Teach was a leader of the pirate civilization. I think I'll put that there. Man, I need shipbuilding soon. Yeah.
I will.
Let's hope this cog makes it. Doing something kind of risky for what should be a pretty decent reward if I can manage it. Concentrate fire on the forward batteries. There we go, his unit's down. Oh, the settler is traveling the high seas. Okay. Cool. This isn't good. I don't know if I might lose this cog here, ladies and gentlemen. That's unacceptable. That's put there. And now Trahoka or Arsane is no longer hostile. We can move my units back to my territory. And they're gonna have to move back to my territory. This engine is also getting movement increased. That's freaking wild. I'd love to settle there, but I can't climb cliffs. I'm trying to rest this cog up for a bit, because he's gonna need to rest before he heads out. I think I'll get the bonus, but I'm probably gonna lose the cog that I set this way. Well, that'll work. I got one more cog as a result of that. Something would be best. How's my second holding? Better than my cog was.
The key.
Right. In some more food and happiness. Cost of that. Oh, that's a tough choice. It's a really tough choice. I don't have to say that, because I want to keep the +3 influence. I need to keep most of my influence gains. And of course it puts the cog in. Why is it putting the cog that way? I don't care. It's not that important. Well, that'll work. While we're at it, might as well grab a fleet commander with my catch. These fleet commanders are useful. Quite useful. This city is gonna be having problems for a bit. That's okay. So what I can make here? A cog. Speeding up my search patterns. For new lands and new civilizations. See, the problem with this is there is no treasure stuff there. I have to find like treasure nodes that have the purple resource, or otherwise it will not generate the treasure fleets. But I'll still get the like improve a treasure resource in a distant land. Yeah, it's not gonna allow me to progress until I do that. Absolutely is not. You know, the first problem is you have to actually find a treasure fleet in that land, and that's going to prove difficult. Because by the time I move a settler all the way over there, they're going to have that taken, and I don't want that.
Distinct as the billows,
Oh,
yet one as the sea.
A natural wonder. We're going to defend the landlord. Not that I enjoy defending the landlord. Hear me out. Oh, did I just finish shipbuilding? No. I finished machinery. Why is it letting me on ocean tiles instead of this? That's weird. That's really strange. I'm not certain I like that. I like consistency of things that are understandable. I don't understand why something's working the way it's working. It's not understandable, and that scares me. Alright. So, now that I'm over here, we're gonna make a settler. So I got one more settlement camp that I can make. And I finally found a treasure tile. And a distant land. That's what I'm looking for, and that will have to work. We'll go with that. Oh, there's nothing I can build with production. Wow. Alright. Grand Bazaar it is. How bizarre. We'll put it there. Probably the best yields in it. That's pretty good. So how much is that reducing my food cost? Right. I have return on yields again. Oh yeah. Give me quite a bit more food on slots that I had a specialist on. Hey. That's a unique building. So it's just basically an improvement on your improvement. On your free improvement.
Yes?
Do you have a flag? Then raise your flag from Mad Kid or whatever. I forget what freaking band that was. It wasn't that bad. I don't have a choice. That's the only treasure fleet spot I found thus far. A relationship changed. Oh, and she gets the farmer's market, so I could stack that on top of that. That's pretty wild. That's pretty hilarious that it's letting me even do that. And Cersei. Yep. There it is. Stay neutral. You two can fight it out. You're not my barrel, nor my monkeys. I think I'm gonna take clothes. Looks like in 3 terms shipbuilding will be done, I can finally stop worrying about taking damage on ocean tiles. I can't bankroll both sides of this war. Dang it. Thought I could make money off both sides, profit in this war, but unfortunately because the relationship changed, I can't do that. Which is fine. That's just fair. War profiteering is probably wrong anyhow, even though everyone does it. Hey, I met another civilization. Caesar Augustus. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Humilis primus civis. Et princeps orbis terrarum.
What a nerd. Can't say I've ever seen a depiction of him like that. But I also can't say that I'm surprised. Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu, I just beat you. Yeah. We'll go for that altar. I mean, it's right by that World Wonder too, so like, I'm not familiar with that World Wonder, but Plan Z. I'm gonna have to move that. The plan has changed. Try to send him right there. And then he'll get that tile and maybe that tile as well. And all that land.
We take the goat.
Listen, settler. I understand. Well, the plan has changed. Move there. How much is it going to cost me to incorporate this? Please, 322. So I need to see 322 inputs for that. One turn ship building is going to be done. Then I no longer have to worry about my cogs at least taking damage from the open seas. I should rest up a second there. There we go. I will take an earliest boost to technology. Develop the local textile. I choose correct jaguar statue for 5,000 for 500 freaking what you call it? Shipbuilding 2, please. We need shipbuilding. I need ships, man. Gotta have my ships. Oh yeah, that's way better. Can we just find a water source though in this? Because that would be even better. Preferably before another Civ finds it. I cannot believe that cog survived. I mean, it's a good thing he survived. I'm just struggling to believe that he did. Let's take a look at my settler notes. Okay, so there is a water spot source there, but that's too far away from all the stuff that I need. So, we're going to put them right there. Slap it right there and get 4 tiles of that. Probably upgrade those units. Not an upgrade for that. So it must be probably the Corsair. Man, this is a pretty large landmass. I almost feel bad about putting that first one. Oh, that upgrade Karak already. Cool, I didn't even know I had that upgrade ready. I'll send him to what's it? Very Roman name, Watson. Is it really? I've never heard of it used in any context that was flattering or otherwise, so probably not. Man, I'm gonna have to build a settler right off the bat after landing this and just deal with the penalty. I think I will. In fact, I have to do that. Holy cow.
Thou who dwell...
He built a lot of military units. Take that off. Production and production adjacency is better. Gotta increase them gains, man. And there's the Enlightenment progress done. Not what I was trying to do. Another. Oh, that's not what I meant to make. Bad Mike. Merchant. Thank you. And unfortunately, immediately, I can't make that immediately. Oh, that's not good. I guess that's fair. Let's do that so we can expand as quickly as possible. So now I have 2 treasure resources, which is more helpful than even I realized, probably. But I do that, and my specialist debuff is not as nearly as aggravatingly painful as it was before. And then actual shipbuilding will be done shortly anyways. I'm going to start taking those units back north. Let's check out his lands, see if there's any arrangement that can be made. Oh, I almost had enough and I spent it. Dang.
Cologne, if ship...
I'm incorporating that city-state. After you get the tourism bonus, it's best to just incorporate them, I feel. Because, once you get the tourism bonus, I think it just stays. Even if you incorporate them. It's like a bonus to your civilization or something. Unfortunately, I have to improve trade relations so that I can actually send this guy somewhere. Senator Lafayette. Are you two still fighting? Yes. Okay, so I can't befriend either one of you while you're fighting. However, I can improve trade relations, which is almost as good, and then continue to actually bankroll a war. Because I can just purchase another merchant. and through the magic and continue to make those. Congratulations. And now I can buy a settler. Oh, it's all down. Yes, explore. Find me new lands to conquer. Anyways, anything more I can do to this? No. How about I can't even pronounce your name? No. Okay. What about appointment? No. Notches? No, I don't want to upgrade it. Notches I can move on them. Alright, cool. And there's all the gold built up in the treasury used. But that gives me more land. And more land is always better. Plus happiness for both, you know? I'll take that. Let's suggesting there, and I actually for once agree with the advisor. We should say. Oh, that's got us in such a bad spot. Yeah, that's what I
take in the calm dark.
Wow. Man, that opened up a lot. Alright, cool. Get the coke. Yeah, reveal more territory for me, why don't you? I need to see what's going to give me... Are any of these going to give me a settlement increase? Because if not, then I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, they're not. I need to look... I already got a settlement increase on that, so we need to work towards sovereignty or social class. Let's work towards sovereignty. Actually, in order to rest and actually gain health, we need to be in shallow water, so we're going to do that. So that by fleet to be does not get overly tired. So it seems like if you're gonna play like an an expansion, economic civ. You either want to go expansionist or cultural is what I'm getting a feel for. Now, is any of this going to matter now that I've got shipbuilding done? Let's get education next. Let's educate ourselves on the secrets of Susa. Ah, okay, that's where Aunt Jemima's at, or whatever her name was. She's over there. That's her. It's kind of funny though. She looks like Aunt Jemima, even though she's not. I need to get my that cog out of there. Oh, he made it there. Boop. That's a trade route done. That's another attribute point for me. Alternate warehouse buildings there. Boom. Boom. Economical. Yes, I will get a 25% goal increase on treasure convoys, which already give like 200, 400 gold. Yep, I'll take that.
I have collected all the writings and burnt those.
So now here's my question. I know I rushed to that civic in the Inca tree. How do I utilize it? Alright. So I have to have 3 worked mountains. Got it. Apples are good. That's only giving me positive yield, so let's throw that there. Let's hold off on that for now. Most games to my joy fest here. And there's a treasure cone. Okay. So what's the fastest way back? What's the fastest way back to the territory? That's 6 turns. That's 6 turns. No matter what, it's 6 turns. Might as well do it that way. We don't have enough for the tree yet. Who's your daddy? I ain't. Well, I guess I am in this case, but still. You ugly. Racking up them points. We actually seen quite a bit of the map opened up now. Alright. Time to run. That scout anyways. Scout needs to run. Add myself to my fleet. I can put 2 more in that fleet. Which I will. Sure, I'll take 50 damage to increase my production, 40% production in my capital. Heck yeah. Why is that even a question? Because I might be in combat, and it might have been a bad, poor decision, because I was in combat. That's why it was a question. And Cocoa. Even more treasure now. I'll take the accept there. Choose tree in my technology tree, huh? What are you suggesting for that, guilds? Okay, I'm just gonna go with that. I guess I have no choice but to go with that. Not that I wanted to. That's great. Yeah, pretty much all of them have been taken, huh? What was that? Ecclesiasm is probably going to be the easiest. I guess we'll go with that since I am having a slight issue generating. That. Billy Tampu, I choose you. Olente Tampu. Excuse me. Close enough. They don't even sound so much. It's fine. No, I don't think it is. Calm down. I'll make you calm down. Yeah. No. To send more production to my capital yet again. That's kind of funny.
A bureau?
I just got a galleon off that. That's awesome. I'm not even sure what the negative on that was. Oops. Probably should have checked that first, huh? That's night early. Social policies available. I will just do happiness and food to maintain a populace. I got a migrant. Nice. Send him down to Kashamarka. There's your marker. We'll call it that. I don't know that that's what it's called. Hear me out, that might be what it's called. That's the last guy I can slot, yeah? Should still upgrade that regardless. Nice. You know, I'm stealing this from all the people now. Yeah. That's not what I meant to do. Oh well. Settler, I choose you, I guess. Was not intentional. I meant to choose the merchant, but while I'm at it, I might as well. Now let's see if I can make that one go further. A lot of food bonuses. Now with a full fleet, we need to depart for worlds unknown. Oh wow, that opened up so much area I could see now. Yeah, there's a competing power in the distant lands, but I'm pretty sure I'm leading on the economy. Well, I will be leading on the economy side once that actually gets there. I guess then I'll shove that there then, I guess, like. Guess I'll use all my influence to influence just the right people. Cashmaro now generating income as well.
The king.
Stay neutral. I'm not even getting involved in your wars. That's just bad for business. Go with cartography too, get some more fishing boat food. Oh, that's an economic. That's another leader attribute. That might actually be good. Oh yeah, that doubled my freaking income. Right there. Holy crow, Batman.
You ask for what reason I stay on.
Cancel. I don't want to go to cancel. I just want to see what's in the box. Yeah, that freaking. This freaking scout is kind of awesome. It just like says, I don't care about terrain. I'm just gonna be able to see the entire map. This scout needs to. That is such a huge range that I am revealing with that.
The map.
I almost don't care if I lose that one scout. Like, now I have too many scouts because they just can see so much that you only need like 2. That is giving me... You know what? I bet if I got another food thing, I'd be getting food gains too on specials. Would not surprise me in the least if I could find another bonus there. Negating all the negatives to having... Negating all the negatives to having specialists. He's still at war with Lafayette, and Lafayette decided to take on another freaking fight with this guy? What? What? Lafayette, what are you smoking, man? I mean, you have 5 cities, but, like, they also have 5 cities. Like, heck, dude. Lafayette is just bloodthirsty this match. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Lafayette that bloodthirsty in this game this far. That's almost mildly terrifying. Oh, I can just disperse that, I think. I can't disperse it? Dang. Sad face. Scouts cannot disperse, what you call it. That's good to know, actually. Did not know that. I should probably buff this, huh? Ooh, getting close to that horses too. Gonna cancel that diplomatic action. That's me trying to move my culture. Send that all to Chowco.
This.
It's more food to my cities. Oh, more gold, more treasure. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. More points. Yeah, that's a settlement limit increase. I'll take it. Which means my settlers should be able to just settle, huh? Man, I have most of this map already revealed in this exploration age. That is wild. That almost never happens. I think it's because it's mostly water.
The best.
Holy crap, Batman. That's a lot of specialist points. Treasury. Oh hey, I should incorporate that while I'm thinking about this. Yeah, excellent. Just need to find a way to negate the food costs, and I almost will take like no negatives on specialists. That's actually kind of wild. I'm already 6 out of 10. So good it's said to make it right away. Post haste. Yeah. Most of the happiness debuffs are gone for most of the tiles. It's mostly just food right now. I'm actually gaining in happiness with specialists. That is crazy.
Matsuyama.
If I can only find a way to negate that, then I would have just positive yields and specials. I can't believe that. They have been like the biggest negative to like resources the entire time. That's just... Oh, you know what? I think I know why that is. It's because I still have the sight range bonus from the antiquity age. So I guess you keep the bonuses from the previous ages to some extent. Huh. Interesting. Definitely going to want to build an even some settlements so they can't immediately be taken. It's a bad security, yeah. We're going to build a terrace farm too, right? There we go. Some sick benefits. Yeah, so that we're just gonna purchase the dungeon and then purchase some new walls, and then we're just gonna go back to production and do a research initiative, because honestly I'm falling behind in research big time. Oh, you're done making wonders, huh? Well, research it goes. Didn't I agree to an open borders with him? Oh, that wore off really fast. generating treasure. Generating treasure. It's very wild. Guess I'll do that. Oh, right. Shoot. I almost forgot. I need to make missionaries or I'm gonna lose my religion, which means I'll lose my buff to the frickin'... You know, I don't need that cog anymore. I've explored enough of that section of the map. He's just costing me gold to sit still. At this rate. Espionage shall avail thou not. And that's one away from a high vantage point on that. Nice. Is that really the only place I can send it to? Are you kidding me? Why? I haven't sent any to what's-her-face. But I guess I'll just send it miles away from where it needs to be, I guess. Yep. That's another milestone. There, complete. Me at a third of the way towards victory. Fantastic. Just what I like to see. I'd like to see it faster though. Now if I can start getting these these treasure in my cities. But Chihoka's the only one that can do it.
The purpose of construction.
Pretty certain Chihoka's the only one that can do it. Actually, this one might be able to as well. You know, I might as well grab the mountain tiles, since after this age I'm going to lose this access to this civilization, and then that would be bad if I don't have access to those tiles. Increasing the specialist units. The menagerie. I could buy the pavilion too, huh? Alright, I'll just buy both. And not care. And you know what I'm going to proceed to do? Research initiative. Yes, give me more gold so I can buy more stuff. That sounds like the rational thought here. Yep. That's wild. It's still so ridiculously wild to me. That can work the way I think it is. I have most of this map revealed. This is just what? What is even going on? Yeah, Pacha Hootie, man. He might be the economic Civ. Oh, I've got a swan all over it already. Might as well start working on top of a volcano. That sounds like a safe thing to do. Totally. Can't imagine what would go wrong.
The social pact ensures that men become equal by covenant and by right.
Okay, Rousseau. Might as well get some more settlement spots to plan to settle. Wrong. Alright, time to pull out my fleet. My pocket fleet. Start going ham on all this. Harlots. Target the flagship. No, the other flagship. Potion available. Specialist bonuses are getting ridiculous. I am losing 1.4 happiness. Because I placed the specialist there, I'm gaining happiness. Make it make sense. Let me tell you, it don't make a lick of sense. Food needs food adjacency, okay. Let's take that off. Happiness and every happiness adjacency. And see if that completely negates what I'm hoping it will. That'd be funny if that's what actually happens. I'm starting to generate treasure convoy in my own in Chihoka now. Oh, that's gonna go by so much faster. That's awesome. I had to actually grow onto the mountain tiles, was what I wasn't doing. And that's why I was having problems generating them. But now that I'm generating them, this treasures, I'm gonna get this economy golden age fast. Which is good, because man, I'm 48 turns in and I can see over 90% of the map. That's just wild to me. It's just this large portion right here. This last quarter, really, that I just can't see. Oh, we're gonna call it here tonight on this for the broadcast because it's getting late.